Bulbasaur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ivysaur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venusaur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charmander.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chameleon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charizard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squirtle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wartortle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blastoise.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Caterpie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Metapod.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Butterfree.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Weedle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kakuna.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Beedrill.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pidgey.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pidgeotto.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pidgeot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rattata.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Raticate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spear.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fearer.
Who's that
Akins.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arbok.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Richu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandshrew.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandslash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidoran F.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidrina.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidoqueen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidoran M.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidrino.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nidoking.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clefairy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clefable.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vulpix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ninetales.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jigglypuff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wigglytuff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zubat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golbat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oddish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gloom.
Who's that
Vileplume.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Paris.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Parasect.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venonat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venomoth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diglett.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dugtrio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Persian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Psyduck.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golduck.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Monkey.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Primeape.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Growlithe.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arcanine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Poliwag.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Poliwhirl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Poliwrath.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Abra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kadabra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alakazam.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Machop.
Who's that
Machoke.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Machamp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bellsprout.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Weepenbull.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Victreeball.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tentacool.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tentacruel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Geodude.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Graveler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ponyta.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rapidash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowpoke.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowbr.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magnemite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magneton.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Farfetch'd.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dodo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dodrio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Davegong.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grimmer.
Who's that
Mook.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shelter.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cloyster.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ghastly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Haunter.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gengar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Onyx.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drowsy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hypno.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Krabby.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kingler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Voltorb.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electrode.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Execute.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Executor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cubone.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marowak.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hitmonlee.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hitmonchan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lickitung.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Coughing.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wheezing.
Who's that
Rhyhorn.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ridon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chunzi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tangela.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kangaskhan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hossa.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seadra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Goldeen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seeking.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Staryu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Starmie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mr. Mime.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scyther.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jinx.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electabuzz.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magmar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pinsir.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tauros.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magikarp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gyarados.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lapras.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ditto.
Who's that
Eevee.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vaporeon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jolteon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flareon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Porygon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Omanite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Omastar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kabuto.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kabutops.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aerodactyl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Snorlax.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Articuno.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zapdos.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Moltres.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dratini.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dragonair.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dragonite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mewtwo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mew.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chikorita.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bayleaf.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meganium.
Who's that
Syndicate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quillover.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Typhlosion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Totodile.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Croconaw.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Feraligatr.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sentret.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Furret.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hoothoot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Noctowl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ledybug.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ledian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spinarak.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ariados.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crobat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chinchou.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lantern.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pichu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cleffer.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Igglybuff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Togepi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Digetic.
Who's that
Natu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zatu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mareep.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fluffy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ampharos.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bellossom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marill.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Azumarill.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sudowoodo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Politoed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hop-Up.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skilloon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jumpluff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ipom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sunkern.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sunflora.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yanma.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wooper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quagsire.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Espion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Umbreon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Murkrow.
Who's that
Slowking.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mischievous.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Unknown.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wobbuffet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Girafarig.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pineco.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fortress.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dunsparce.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glugga.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Steelix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Snubbull.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Granbull.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quillfish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sizer.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shuckle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Heracross.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sneasel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Teddiursa.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ursaring.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slugma.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magcago.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swinub.
Who's that It's
Pillow swine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corsola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Remoraid.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Octillery.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Delibird.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mantine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skarmory.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Houndour.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Houndoom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kingdra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fumpy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Donphan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Porygon 2.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stantler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Smeargle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tyrogue.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hitmontop.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Smoochum.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alekid.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magby.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Miltank.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blissey.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Raku.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Entei.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Suicune.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lavita.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Puperta.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tyranitar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lugia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ho-Oh.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Celebi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Trichko.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grovila.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sceptile.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Torchic.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cumbuscan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blaziken.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mudkip.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marshtomp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swampert.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Puchina.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mightyena.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zigzagoon.
Who's that Pokémon?
Linovan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wurmple.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Silcoon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Beautifly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cascoon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dustix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Loaded.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lombre.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ludicolo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seedot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nuzleaf.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shiftry.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tylo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swallow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wingull.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pelipper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ralts.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Curlier.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gardevoir.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Surskit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Masquerain.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shroomish.
Who's that
Breloom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowcoat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vigoroth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slaking.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nincada.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ninjask.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shedinja.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Whisma.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Loudred.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Exploud.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Makuhita.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hariyama.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Azaril.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nosepass.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skitty.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Delcatty.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sablier.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mavil.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aaron.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lyron.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Agrom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Medicham.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electrike.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Manectric.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Plissley.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Volbeat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alumis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rosalia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gulpin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swalot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Carvanha.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sharpedo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Velma.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wailord.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Numel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Camerupt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Torkoal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spoink.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grumpig.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spinda.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Trapinch.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vibrava.
Who's that
Flygon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cacnea.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cacton.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swablu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Altaria.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zangoose.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seviper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lunatone.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Solrock.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Barboach.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Whiscash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corphish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crawdont.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Baltoy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Claydol.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lileep.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cradily.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Anaruth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Armaldo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Phoebus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Milotic.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kecleon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shuppet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bonnet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Duskull.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dusclops.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tropius.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chimecho.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Absol.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Winot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Snowed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glalie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spheal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Celio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Walrein.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clamperl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Huntail.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gorebis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Relicanth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lovedisk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bargo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shelgon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Salamence.
Who's that
Beldum.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meting.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Metagross.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Regirock.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Regis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Registeel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Latias.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Latios.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kyogre.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Groudon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rayquaza.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jirachi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Deoxys normal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Turtwig.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grotley.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Torterra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chimchar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Monferno.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Infernape.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Piplup.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Prinplup.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Empoleon.
Who's that
Starly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stravia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Staraptor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bidoof.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bibarel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kricketot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cricketune.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shinx.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lexio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lexray.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Budew.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Roseade.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cranidos.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rampados.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shieldon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bastiodon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Burmy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wormadam plant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mortein.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Combi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vespicum.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pachirisu.
Who's that
Buzzle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Floatzel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cherubi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cherring.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shellos.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gastrodon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ambipom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drifloon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drifblim.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Baneri.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lopunny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Musmagius.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Honchkrow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glameow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Purugly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chingaling.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stinky.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skuntank.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bronzor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bronzong.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bonsley.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mime Jr.
Who's that
Happiny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chatot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spiritomb.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gible.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gabite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Garchomp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Munchlax.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Riolu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lucario.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hippopotas.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hippodon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skorupi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drapion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Croagink.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toxicroak.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Carnivine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Finneon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Luminon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mantike.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Snover.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Abomasnow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Weavile.
Who's that Pokémon? Pokémon? It's
Magnezone.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lickalicky.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rhyperior.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tangrowth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electivire.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magmortar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Togekiss.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yanmega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Leafeon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glaceon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gliscor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mamoswine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Porygon Z.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gallade.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Probopass.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dusknoir.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Frostless.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Exi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mesprit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Azulf.
Who's that Pokémon?
Dialga.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Palkia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Heatran.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Regigigas.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Giratina Altered.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cresselia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Feeny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Manafi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Darkrai.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shaman Land.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arceus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Victini.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sneevy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Servina.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Serperior.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tepig.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pugnite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Embo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oshawott.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dewitt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Samurit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Patra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Watchdog.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lilliput.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Herdia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stoutland.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Purloin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Leopard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pansage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Simisage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Panzer.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Simisear.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Punpo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Simipower.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Munna.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Musharna.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pidove.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tranquil.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Infescent.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blitzley.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zebstrika.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Roggenrola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Boulder.
Who's that Pokémon?
Gigalith.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Woobat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swoobat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drillbur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Excadrill.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Audino.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Timber.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gurdur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Conkeldurr.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Timpole.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Palpitoad.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Seismitoad.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Throw.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sock.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Savoodle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swadloon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Leavanny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venipede.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Whirlipede.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scolipede.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cottony.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Whimsicott.
Who's that
Petilil.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lilligant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Basculin red striped.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandile.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Krokorok.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crocodile.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Darumaka.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dominaton standard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Maractus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dwebble.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crystal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scraggy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scrafty.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sigili PH.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yamask.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cofagrigus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tirtuga.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Caracosta.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arkan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Archeops.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Trubbish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Garbodor.
Who's that
Zarur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zoroark.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minchino.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cinchino.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gotita.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gothorita.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gotitel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Solosis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Duocean.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Reuniclus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ducklet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swana.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vanillite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vanillish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vanillix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Deerling.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Saucebuck.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Amolga.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Carablast.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Escavalier.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fungus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Among Us.
Who's that
Frillish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jellicent.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alamomala.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Joltik.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Galvantula.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ferroseed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ferrothorn.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clink.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clam.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Klinklam.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dynamo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electric.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electros.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Elgin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Beheem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Litic.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lampent.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chandelure.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Axiv.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fracture.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Haxorus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cube Chew.
Who's that
Birtik.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cryogonal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shelmet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Excelgo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stunfisk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meanfu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mienshao.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dredagon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golett.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golurk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Poniard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bishop.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bouflant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rufflet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Braviary.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Woolaby.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mandibuzz.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Heatmor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Durant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dino.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sphylis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hydreigon.
Who's that
Larvesta.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Volcarona.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cobalion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Terrakion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Virazion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tornadus incarnate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Thunduru incarnate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Reshiram.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zekrom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Landorus incarnate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kyurem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Keldeo ordinary.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meloetta aria.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Genesect.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chespin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kiaden.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chasenaught.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fennekin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Braixen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Delphix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Froakie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Frogadier.
Who's that
Greninja.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bunnelby.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diggersby.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fletchling.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fletchender.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Talonflame.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scatterbug.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spupa.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vivillon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Litleo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pyroar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flabébé.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Floette.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Florges.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skiddo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gogoat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Punchum.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pangoro.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Furfrou.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Esper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowstic male.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Honedge.
Who's that
The blade.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aegislash shield.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spritzy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aromatisse.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swirlix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slurpuff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Inkay.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Malamar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Binacle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Barbaracle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scralp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dragalge.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clauncher.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cloyster.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Helioptile.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Heliolisk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tyrant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tyrantrum.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Amora.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aurorus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sylvan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Holacha.
Who's that
Dead end.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Carbink.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Goomy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sliggoo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Goodra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Klefki.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Phantom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Trevenant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pumpkaboo average.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gorgeist average.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bergmite.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Avalugg.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Noibat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Noivern.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Xerneas.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aveltal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
ZYGARDE 50.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diancie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hooper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Volcanion.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Roulette.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dartrix.
Who's that
Decidueye.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Litten.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Torracat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Incineroar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Popplio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Brionne.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Primarina.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikapek.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Trumbeak.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toucanon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yingoos.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gumshoes.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grubbin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charjabug.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vikavolt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crabrawler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crabominable.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oricorio-Bale.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cutie-Flea.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ribombee.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rockruff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lycanroc Midday.
Who's that
Vishavashi Solo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marini.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toxapex.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mudbray.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mudsdale.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dewpider.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Araquanid.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fomantis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lurantis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Moralul.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shinotic.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Salandit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Salazar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Staful.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Beware.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bonsweet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Steenie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zarina.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Comfy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oranguru.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Passimian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wimpod.
Who's that
Golisopod.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandygast.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Paloson.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pyukumuku.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Type Null.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Silverly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Red Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Komala.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Turtonator.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Togedimaru.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mimikyu Disguised.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bruxish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dramper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Delmise.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Jingmo-wo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hakamo-wo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kommo-wo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tapu Koko.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tapu Lele.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tapu Bulu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tapu Fini.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cosmog.
Who's that
Cosmo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Solgaleo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lunla.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nihilego.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Buzzwole.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pheromosa.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zurkitri.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Celesteela.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kartana.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Guzzlord.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Necrozma.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magiana.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marshadow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Poipole.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Naganadale.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stakataka.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blacephalon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zerora.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Melton.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Melmetal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grookey.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Thwacky.
Who's that
Rillaboom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scorbunny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Reboot.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cinderace.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sobble.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Drizzle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Inteleon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squirtle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Greedent.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rookidee.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corvisquire.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corviknight.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blipbug.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dottler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Orbital.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nickit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Thievul.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gossifleur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Eldegoss.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wooloo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dubwool.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chewtle.
Who's that
Draenor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yamper.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Boltund.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rolycoly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Carkle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Colossal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Applin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flapple.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Appletune.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Silicobra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandaconda.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cramorant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arrokuda.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Barraskewda.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toxel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toxtricity Ant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sizzlipede.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Centiskorch.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clobopus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grapolost.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sinistère.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Polteageist.
Who's that
Trainer.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hatram.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hatterene.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Impidimp.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mograine.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grimmsnarl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Obstagoon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Berserker.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cursula.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Surfetched.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mr. Rhyme.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Runerigus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Milcery.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alcremie.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Phalanx.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pinkerton.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Snom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Frostmoth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stonjourner.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ice.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Indeedee Male.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Morpeko Full Belly.
Who's that
Scoofant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Copperare.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dracozolt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arczolt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dracovish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arctovish.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Duraludon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dreepy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dralok.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dragapult.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zacian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zamazenta.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Eternatus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kubfu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Urshifu Single Strike.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zarude.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Reshilekhi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Regidrago.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glatria.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spectria.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Calyrex.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Weirdir.
Who's that
Clever.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ursaluna.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bascalijan male.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sneasler.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Overquill.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Anamorous incarnate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sprigatito.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Florigato.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowscarada.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fuecoco.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Crocala.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Skeledirge.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quoxley.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quaxwell.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quackwawl.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lechonk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oinkoloin male.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tarantula.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Spadops.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Nimble.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lokix.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Paumi.
Who's that
Pomo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pomort.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tindermouse.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mushhold family of 4.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fidder.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Daxbun.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Smoliv.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dolliv.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arboliver.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squawkabilly green plumage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Narkali.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Narkle-stack.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Garganakal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charcadet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Armoroj.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sarulaj.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tadbulb.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bellabolt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Watrel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kilowatrel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mashif.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mabostiff.
Who's that
Shroodle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Griffey.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bramblin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Brambleghast.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toadscool.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toadscruel.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cloth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Capsakid.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Scovillain.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ruller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rapska.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flittle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Espatra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tinkashink.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tinkertuff.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tinkto.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wiglet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wutrio.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bombardier.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Finazon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Palafin Zero.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Varoom.
Who's that Pokémon?
Revivroom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cycloza.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Orthworm.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glimmet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glimora.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Greaward.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Houndstone.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flamigo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cetodal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Satitan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Veluza.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dondozo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tatsugiri Curly.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Annihilate.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Clodsire.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Farigiraf.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dudenspurs 2 segment.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kingambit.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Great Tusk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Screamtail.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Brute Bonnet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fluttermane.
Who's that
Slitherwing.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandy Shocks.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Treads.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Bundle.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Hands.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Jugulis.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Moth.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Thorns.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Frigibax.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arctibox.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Baxcalibur.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gimaghole.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gholdengo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wochen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chenpa.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tinglu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Chi-Yu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Roaring Moon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron Valiant.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corydon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Miraidon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Walking Wake.
Who's that
Iron leaves.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diplin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Polchagust.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sinistcha.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Okidogi.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Munkidri.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pheasantipati.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ogirpong.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Akaludan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hydrapal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gouging fire.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Raging bolt.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron boulder.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Iron crown.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Terrapagus.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Peachard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Deoxys attack.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Deoxys defense.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Deoxys speed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wormadam sandy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wormadam trash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Shaman sky.
Who's that
Giratina origin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom heat.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom wash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom frost.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom fan.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rotom mow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cast form sunny.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cast form rainy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cast form snowy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Basculin blue striped.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dominaton zen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meloetta pirouette.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tornadus therian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Thunduru therian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Landorus therian.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Curum black.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Curum white.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Keldeo resolute.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowstic female.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aegislash blade.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pumpkaboo small.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pumpkaboo large.
Who's that
Pumpkaboo Super.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gorgeist Small.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gorgeist Large.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gorgeist Super.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venusaur Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charizard Mega X.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charizard Mega Y.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blastoise Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alakazam Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gengar Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kangaskhan Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pinsir Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gyarados Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Aerodactyl Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mewtwo Mega X.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mewtwo Mega Y.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ampharos Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sizer Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Heracross Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Houndoom Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tyranitar Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blaziken Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gardevoir Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mavile Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Agrom Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Medicham Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Manectric Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Bonnet Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Absol Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Garchomp Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lucario Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Abomasnow Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Fluid Eternal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Latias Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Latios Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Swampert Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sceptile Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sableye Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Altaria Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Galad Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Audino Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sharpedo Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowbro Mega.
Who's that Pokémon?
Steelix Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pidgeot Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Glalie Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diancie Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Metagross Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kyogre Primal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Groudon Primal.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rayquaza Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Rockstar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Bell.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Popstar.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu PhD.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Libra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Cosplay.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hooper Unbound.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Camerupt Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lopunny Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Salamence Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Beedrill Mega.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rattata Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Raticate Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Raticate Totem Alola.
Who's that
Pikachu original cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Hoenn cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Sinnoh cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Unova cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Kalos cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu Alola cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Richu Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandshrew Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandslash Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vulpix Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ninetales Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Diglett Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dugtrio Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowth Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Persian Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Geodude Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Graveler Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Golem Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grimmer Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mook Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Exeggutor Alola.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marowak Alola.
Who's that
Greninja Battle Bond.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Greninja Ash.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zygarde 10 Power Construct.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zygarde 50 Power Construct.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zygarde Complete.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gumshoe's Totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wickwold Totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oricorio Pom Pom.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oricorio Pow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oricorio Senshu.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lycanroc Midnight.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Vishavashi School.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lurantis Totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Salazar Totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Orange Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Yellow Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Green Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Blue Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Indigo Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Violet Meteor.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Red.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior Orange.
Who's that
Minior yellow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior green.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior blue.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior indigo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Minior violet.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mimikyu totem disguised.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Como totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Magierna original.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu partner cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Marowak totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ribombi totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rockruff own tempo.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lycanroc dusk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Araquanid totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Togedemaru totem.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Necrozma dusk.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Necrozma dawn.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Necrozma ultra.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu starter.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Eevee starter.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu world cap.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowth Guller.
Who's that
Ponyta Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rapidash Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowpoke Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowbr Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Farfetch'd Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Wheezing Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mr. Mime Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Articuno Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zapdos Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Moltres Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Slowking Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corsola Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zigzagoon Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Linovan Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Darumaka Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dharmanita Guller Standard.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dominaton Guller Zen.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Yamask Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Stunfisk Guller.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zygarde 10.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cramorant Gulping.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cramorant Gorging.
Who's that
Toxtricity Loki.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
IceQ Noise.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Indeedee Female.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mopako Hangry.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zacian Crowned.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zamazenta Crowned.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Eternatus Eternamax.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zarude Dada.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Calyrex Ice.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Calyrex Shadow.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Venusaur G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Charizard G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Blastoise G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Butterfree G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Pikachu G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Meowth G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Machomp G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gengar G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Kingler G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lapras G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Eevee G-Max.
Who's that
Snorlax G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Garbodor G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Melmetal G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Rillaboom G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Cinderace G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Inteleon G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Corviknight G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Orbital G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dreno G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Colossal G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Flapple G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Appletune G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sandaconda G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Toxtricity Amped G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Centiscoach G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Hatterene G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Grimmsnarl G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Alcremie G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Copperade G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Duraludon G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Urshifu Single Strike G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Urshifu Rapid Strike G-Max.
Who's that
Toxtricity Loki G-Max.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Growlithe Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Arcanine Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Voltorb Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Electrode Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Typhlosion Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Quillfish Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sneasel Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Samurat Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Lilligant Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zorua Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Zoroark Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Braviary Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Sliggoo Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Goodra Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Avalag Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Decidueye Hisui.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dialga Origin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Palkia Origin.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Basculin White Striped.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Buscaligen Female.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Enamorous Therian.
Who's that
Turospaldia combat breed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Turospaldia blaze breed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Turospaldia aqua breed.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Woopapaldia.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Oinkoloin female.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Dudenspurs 3 segment.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Palafin hero.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Mushhold family of 3.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tatsugiri droopy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Tatsugiri stretchy.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squawkabilly blue plumage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squawkabilly yellow plumage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Squawkabilly white plumage.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Gimaghole roaming.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ursaluna blood moon.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ogerpong wellspring mask.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ogerpong hearth flame mask.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Ogerpong cornerstone mask.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Terrapagus terrestrial.
Who's that Pokémon? It's
Terrapagus stellar.